Alright, hey there, E here, and we are back with some Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader. This is actually the second run of Rogue Trader we'll be doing. Played this before near the initial release, bugs and all. Did manage to complete it. Fairly enjoyable experience. And so with the Elix playthrough done, figured it was time to... It'd be a good time to get back into Rogue Trader with to see all the bug fixes as well as the new DLCs, see what those have added. Okay, so should be added. As for the plans for the playthrough, tempted to play roughly the same way as last time, just to see what has been fixed and see if I can actually remember that. Yeah, there were a number of story points that we could not access, or at least felt odd, and yeah, just kind of see if those were changed or if those were bugged or anything like that. Yeah, like a few companion quests weren't accessible. At least two of them, their outcomes weren't. We could not achieve them because of bugs. And then there were like some issues with the ending slides where some of them felt they were out of context. And then, like I saw in a later patch after we had completed our first run, that they had addressed. Apparently, there was an issue with that. So, which is also kind of why. What makes it tempting to do a same type of playthrough, or roughly the same type as what we did last time. Then again, there's also still some stuff we could see if we did a different type of playthrough. So it's kind of maybe a whole lot of wait and see as we get to those points. Yep, main story on. Well, of course it's gonna be on. But yeah, Void Shadow's on. Lux Imperial is on. Yeah, Void Shadow's first major story expansion for the Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, offering a massive amount of content with about 15 hours of fresh gameplay and a new romanceable companion. Fun. Also need about the 15 hours. See, our first playthrough was like something about 7 days worth of playtime or so. That's like not even counting reloads because of all the mini deaths. Yeah, all in all, I think it was longer than our Baldur's Gate 3 playthrough. But yeah, this whole 15 hours as well as what we get from the other one, the other DLC. That is a whole lot of playtime. See, fully integrated into the game's main story, this DLC will allow players to delve into the depths of their void ships firsthand in an enthralling new story that will pit them against an unfamiliar enemy trying to bring ruin to the Von Valensis dynasty from within. New story? 10 to 15 hours of adventures on board the Von Valensis void ship, filled with unexpected threats, various quests, unique equipment, and additional lore content, all of it fully integrated into the main campaign. A new companion, Kibella, a death cult assassin who is ready to pledge her life in service of the Von Valensis dynasty, as her predecessors did for generations before, even possibly developing a strong personal bond with the Lord Captain. A new looming threat rising from within the deepest and darkest bowels of the player's very own void ship, the malignant Genestealer cult, a horrifying breed of Xenos who operate from the shadows, infecting your crew with their genetic code to convert them, slowly twisting their faith in the Emperor to carry out their wretched design. New crew members, high-level officers integral to the void ship operations, numbering thousands upon thousands of souls, stand ready to serve the Lord Captain. New locations to explore. The sheer magnitude of the void ship hides many distinct and distant nooks and crannies where no Lord Captain has gone before. All sounds very good. Also, Genestealers. Sexy. Yeah, I wonder how much it actually expands on the void ship. That was kind of something I was wishing that they would add on. Just more stuff you can do with the void ship. Yeah, I remember hearing about that you were supposed to have been able to get other void ships, but they kind of ran out of time on that, and so we were just kind of stuck with just that one. Still, I guess it still kind of makes sense why there would only be one void ship for the rogue trader. Now then, as for the DLC 2, this one is the most recent one. Lex Imperialis. It's the second story expansion for Warhammer 40k Rogue Trader, providing an additional 15 hours. Okay, 30 hours in total then. A thrilling narrative-driven gameplay that explores the ironclad rule of Imperial law and introduces an entirely new faction, the Adeptus Arbitae. Arbites? Yeah, I always have so much problems pronouncing things in this game. Unravel the dark secrets of House von Valensis as you navigate a perilous web of justice, duty, and betrayal on a quest that will alter the destiny of the entire Coronis expanse. A gripping new story, immerse yourself in a tense narrative where your choices as judge and judge ripple through the Imperium. Judge, jury, executioner. Delve into the intricate process of the grand harvesting and experience firsthand the grim responsibility of collecting the imperial tithe and the severe consequences that await those who interfere with the sacred duty. Dynamic new mechanics embrace tactical innovation with an all-new set of familiars and bring fresh strategy to combat challenges. A man of majestic cybernetic eagle, a living embodiment of the Aquila, while your companion directs his powerful cyber mastiff. These battle companions dramatically reshape combat encounters, requiring the use of inventive tactics while delivering thrilling, unpredictable outcomes. An uncompromising new companion. Meet Solomon Anthar, a seasoned Arbites officer whose unwavering dedication to imperial justice is matched only by his simmering anger and hatred of criminals. Accompanied by his loyal cyber mastiff, this fierce arbitrator offers players not only formidable combat skills but also a deeply personal romance and a troubled past to uncover. Oh, moody bad boy. The Adeptus Arbites are revealed face the unyielding guardians of imperial law. These incorruptible enforcers arrive equipped with signature weaponry, shotguns, suppression shields, and power mauls to redefine battlefield dynamics and tactical gameplay, embodying both their elite status and their relentless pursuit of order. Oh, that very nice. You know, considering that Dark Tide also got an Arbit's character, it was rather surprising that I didn't see anything about the Warhammer 40k Martyr game getting an Arbit's. So I'm not sure if they're actually still working on that game or not. But still, that game would also probably could have benefited from this class. But now, moving on. Let's see, our first playthrough that we did was on hard difficulty. So let's go ahead and try it on unfair this time. And then the Grim Darkness is the Iron Man mode. Not entirely comfortable with doing this one on Iron Man on the Grim Darkness. Yeah, compared to trying, say, Baldur's Gate 3 on Iron Man mode, or its honor mode, I feel like this would be a much more difficult experience. Yeah, with Baldur's Gate 3, you had plenty of ways to escape encounters. So there are, yeah, always ways to survive, except for very few of them. Whereas with this game, escape isn't that much of an option. You either complete the counter or you restart it from the beginning if you lose. Plus, it has been a while and plenty of changes. So, things that may have been overpowered may not work anymore. Yeah, things definitely could have been toned down. So, let's just go with the unfair. Not recommended. Yes. Okay, a few basic choices. Let's just go with the custom in. First off, have they changed any of the voices?
Macro cannons, volley! Excellence matters.
I did fine. Lay in the course.
Look upon the Emperor's faithful and tremble.
Let the macro cannons sing their deadly litany.
The best defense is a good offense.
Keep your wits about you. I have a nose for profit and a taste for adventure.
Romantic female reminds me of something from Planescape, for some reason.
Time to reap the spoils of the battle. Engage the engines. To arms!
Nah.
Let chaos paint the stars red. I will delight my masters with your demise. Unleash the storm of macro cannons.
Through chaos I stride. Let chaos paint the stars red.
Death's hand reaches for me.
Mad ones are fine.
Watch this spectacle unfold! What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Yeah, from up there, that was
Yes.
oh, I forgot the jester from Skyrim.
Time for a round of space regicide!
From up there, it almost did sound like him. But no, definitely not.
Applaud my brilliance.
Behold the wrath of madness!
Mad female is my favorite one.
Applaud my brilliance.
She sounds so happy.
Didn't see that one coming, did you?
Also, no daring female.
Perfect. Now that's interesting. Fire at will! Done and done. Looks like we have a problem on our hands. My supremacy is proven once again. Now that's interesting. Fire at will! Didn't see that one coming, did you? My supremacy is proven once again.
Daring feels kind of generic.
You didn't stand a chance!
My tact, I'll mention this triumph in my memoirs.
But yeah, anyways, see, our first playthrough was it went with a female character using the mad female voice,
Madness.
and we went kind of iconoclastic for the morality. Yeah, as I said, I was kind of tempted. Still am kind of tempted to do that one again, just to see what sort of changes they've made for this. Yeah, one of the other things I remember is that there were certain things you could not get with, at least with the iconoclast. Yeah, despite maxing out your iconoclast ranking, yeah, you were unable to actually get those particular bonuses because they just did not give you enough points.
Rend the flesh, shatter the spirit.
Empyrean, take this sacrifice.
Yes, I may do that again, actually. Though if I had done a A zealot. Probably would have done the heretic voice for the zealot, then pious for the heretic.
The higher will has guided us to triumph.
I like that contrast.
Gaze upon the powers of the veil.
Yeah, let's go with that again. She looks normal. Oh, that's a hat. I thought he just had a very big forehead. Big hair. But I'm Stoker. It's not like it matters too much. Not that kind of game, actually. Yeah, I really don't get too many close-ups, do you? There you go, Iron Jawed. Shame we can't change the colors on those. I wonder if they if any of these were added in since the release.
Let the bodies pile.
Let's see, I believe I went Voidborn initially. Death World. Went for a combat when the wounds of a Death World character drop below 30%. They gain 20% of their maximum wounds as temporary wounds. Definitely a possibility. So probably be up on the right. Might be better that way. Forgot which side we should be on. Anyways, for the difficulty, yeah, might be useful. Probably more useful for min-maxing on an Iron Man playthrough. Yeah, the ability to reroll any checks definitely could use that. Strength in numbers. Pretty all radius. Bonus for that. Forge for a purpose. More armor, or more movement to dodge, or more critical chance. Humanity's finest. Just plus this bonus 2 skills. Never stop shooting. Oh, each time a Fortress World character kills an enemy, the game plus 10 stacks of Never Stop Shooting. At the start of the turn, there's stacks of Never Stop Shooting percent chance that the first attack this round will cost 0 AP and will not count towards the attack limit per turn. Oh. Nice, each time they kill an enemy. So like every 10 kills is like a guaranteed free attack. Maybe. Although very limited character modifiers. Okay, then you get Hail of Steel. Plus 1 second bonus of dodge against ranged attacks. For each shot made during the round. Also, the ranged burst attack grants an additional plus 1 stack of Never Stop Shooting. Combat Addict. Oh, do we want you on support though? Because if we have our character on a typical combat, they're going to compete with weapons with the other characters. Yeah, a whole bunch of different ways to get Never Stop Shooting. Never Stop Believing. Okay, that's willpower. Yeah, it's about willpower and shooting. But a lowers intelligence and fellowship, perception, and willpower decreased. Only out of combat though, so not that bad actually. Yeah, it's still, even though it would be competing with other players, but not the players, other characters potentially. Yeah, as well the issue of the fellowship. Yeah, still kind of going with the Fortress World. Then again, if we do want to bring in the new people, we are going to have to drop some of the others. Let's see, was it 5 people for a party? 5 or 6? Yeah, generally Cassia is pretty useful. Yeah, having a Psyker as well, so Dira. And then tank for Abelard. Actually, yeah, for support, it's really Cassia and Jai. I think that's her name. Yeah, I ended up never using her too much. So me actually, yeah, maybe support would be the better way to go. Which one then? That kind of required good fellowship. Okay, so then maybe a Hiveborn then. Would have to keep them quite close though to other people. Powerful characters can pass willpower resistance tests using their fellowship value instead if the fellowship is higher. Number for powerful character has melee superiority against the enemy. The effect is increased by +10. If an enemy has melee superiority against a high world character, the effect is decreased by -10. Helping Hand. If a high world character starts a turn adjacent to an ally character, the high world character gains +2 movement. If a character ends a turn adjacent to ally, they all gain 2 movement on their next turn. Yeah, it's about keeping close. All ranged weapons deal physical damage. Have +1 damage, +5 arm penetration, +1 rate of fire, -5 to recoil. Fresh start. +50% to dodge against their first attack of opportunity every round. Let's go with that. Downside is just the inability or the loss on resisting mental effects and psychic powers. Yeah, let's go with Hive Worlder. Arbitrator, that's the new class. But we're going to be bringing you along once, or the new class along once we recruit them. We could actually go Sanctioned Psyker. Even more toughness and willpower. Yeah, we could go with this one. We didn't really do too much with the warp powers during our first playthrough. Yeah, but Commissar would go more in line with the group support. Commissar's next single shot or single target melee attack applies the following effect. Enemy target. The target becomes marked. The ally who kills the marked enemy gains an extra turn after the current one with +2 AP and +4 MP. Ally target. All allies gain additional +1 AP and +3 MP for 1 round. Once per combat. Could be a commander. Ramlord. Be a priest. Nah. We'd do this one if we're going to Heretic playthrough, but no. That was what we went through first time. Let's try the Sanctioned Psyker. Psykers are fearless treasured but are nonetheless valuable assets to the Imperium. The role of the Adeptus Astra Telepathica is to recruit, identify, and classify those found to possess psychic abilities. The most powerful who somehow survived the rigorous sanctioned rituals are selected to serve on the battlefield. The mind of a Sanctioned Psyker is steeled against the manifold dangers risked by wielders of warp powers. You are one of those found worthy to serve humanity and have miraculously survived the perils of the warp, and did not become a snack for the Emperor. Note, damaging Psyker powers count as weapon attacks, counting toward the normal attack limits per turn, and gaining all the benefit of abilities and talents increasing the damage of attacks. For example, a soldier using the run and gun ability will be able to use damaging Psyker powers twice per turn. Oh, and operatives enhance the enemy's abilities Effective damage of damaging psychic powers. Let's see, Sanctioned Psyker. Reduced chance to trigger psychic phenomena. And then Psyker, quite weak though. Bonus to toughness, bonus to willpower. Modifier to warp, lore, and carouse. Further modifications to willpower and lore, warp. Access to divination. Link information and use it to turn fortune in your favor. Diviners find useful insight everywhere, manifesting extrasensory abilities and glimpsing the future. Biomancy focuses on manipulating living flesh and biological processes. Biomancers can heal wounds and alter physical characteristics. Oh right, they're kind of like the only healer aside from carrying around the medical kits. Pyromancy. Pyromancer is a master of flame, a psyker who is capable to create searing infernos out of thin air. Pyromancy is one of the most spectacular and destructive forms of psychic ability, and those who face a pyromancer in combat are often reduced to naught but a pile of charred bones. Telepathy. Telepaths are psychers whose mental expertise lies in contacting and controlling the minds of others. With a single thought, a telepath can tear away his foe's sanity, induce states of numbing terror, or possess his victim's thoughts and mold their actions as if they were his own. Sanctic powers. Concentration of faith. Sanctic powers are used by pious psychers to protect allies and spite heretics. Fancy. Psyker winners. Each level's psi rating provides a psyker access to new psychic powers. Also strengthens damaging psychic powers. And yours. Is this the same? Yeah, same thing as Minoris, okay. Same thing as Terminus. Extremis? Are these just the level ratings then? As for Still Mind, resolves increased by the willpower bonus divided by 2 while will degradation is 10 or lower. What's resolve again? How efficiently and for how long characters can fight in battle determines the amount of momentum gained at the beginning of each turn or after killing an enemy. Right. Some more important for momentum. Momentum is nice, but from what I remember, momentum abilities can really only be used once per combat, most of the time. Unless you have a very specific skill for that. Yeah, but momentum abilities were actually pretty strong though, so it made sense for that. Inscribed Soul. The psyker gains the Inscribed Soul ability. Cost no OP, but deals direct damage to the psyker equal to 25% of the psyker's maximum wounds. The next psychic power used for after this ability will not trigger psychic phenomenal or pearls of warp and will not degrade the veil. Okay, so sacrifice your life in exchange for not triggering psychic phenomena. I can see that being useful at a few points. Psychic powers have a 25% chance to regain AP. Certain psychic powers when veil degradation is 10 or lower. Blade of Light. Force weapon attacks deal +1 or deal +1 psi rating more damage and have +5 times that psi rating more armor penetration. I cannot do the math. Usage of heroic act by the psyker decreases veil degradation by the intelligence bonus. Okay. Yeah, heroic attack, that's the momentum ability, right? Yeah. Yeah, so that's just gonna be a one-time thing. Psychic Barrage, when the Psyker uses a damaging psychic power on targets that are 6 cells or farther from the Psyker, the target suffers an additional plus BS bonus damage, ballistic skill bonus damage, okay. Right, so we'd have to stack ballistics if we want to take advantage of this ability. More range. Okay, at some points, though. I'm trying to remember if most of the arenas are going to be small or not. Yeah, they're not super huge, but not like they're small enough where if we didn't have this, it wouldn't be useful. Large enough where this ability would still be useful. Something like that. Stabilizing factor. Where psychic powers used each turn, increased veil degradation by 2 points less. If the talent reduces the effect on veil degradation to less than 0, veil degradation is instead decreased by 1. Oh, okay. Right, so definitely a way to decrease it then. Use a weak psychic power first. And then maybe shoot if need be. Okay. Psychic powers. Psychic can use a damaging psychic power while being threatened by enemies in melee range, without provoking attacks of opportunity. Non-damaging psychic power do not provoke attack opportunities, even without this talent. Okay, so we would have to be careful of attacking it while next to enemies until we get this ability. While the sucker is not the target, not in the target's line of sight, or the sucker is in cover, all resistances tests of the target suffer a minus 4+4 times psychic psi rating penalty. Okay, so if they're hiding from the target then has lower resistances. Is it only from the psyker, or would it be from the rest of the party? No, anyways, let's go psyker. I like the style. So we go Biomancer, do some healing. Lower strength and agility and increases incoming damage. Invigorate. Yeah, a bit of healing. Regeneration, also healing. Metabolic overcharge. Target immediately gains an extra turn with twice the number of the normal MP and the second's psi rating. But the body is subjected to severe stress, and making them suffer 5% of the maximum wound damage at the end of each turn until the end of combat. Every action the target makes during its extra turn will also trigger this damage. Alright, so this feels a bit more of a desperation move. Warp speed. Yeah, probably something you'd use only when there's only one enemy left. Till the end of combat, the target's ally increases their movement by 3+ the psi rating, agility by 5+, 2 times the psi rating, and their AP by 1. And they got Iron Arm. Boost strength and toughness. Until the end of combat, okay. Yeah, it'd be good for any of the melee fighters. Yeah, it'd be good for Abelard. Divination specializes in gleaning information and using it to turn fortune in your favor. Divining finds useful insights everywhere, manifesting extrasensory abilities and glimpsing the future. Forewarning, Sacker increases target's dodge and parry until the end of combat. Honestly, this is just a good general ability for everyone. Foreboding. Allies within the area increase their dodge and dodge chance. Or the dodge chance cannot be less than the Sacker's perception bonus plus willpower bonus. Okay, AoE, but one turn version of Forewarning, sorta. Perfect timing. All allies that are currently affected by any of the Sacker's powers gain the perfect timing effect. When an ally under this effect dodges parries attack, if this ally has a weapon capable of reaching the attacker and has an attack that costs 1 AP or less, that ally immediately counterattacks with this weapon and the perfect timing effect fades. Yeah, considering Forewarning can last till the end of combat, combined with perfect timing, that would be a whole lot of extra attacks. Potential extra attacks. Same with Foreboding as well. Prescience. More intelligence, perception, fellowship, and willpower. Yeah, useful for some. This feels like the least useful for now. Recognition. Once per round. The Sacker's next turn is moved up by 2 turns in the round initiative sequence. This ability may allow the Sacker to have 2 turns during 1 round. How often can you use this one? Yeah, just once per round. Prophetic intervention. Whenever an ally suffers damage that would make them fall unconscious, the Sacker immediately gains an extra turn. During that turn, the Sacker can only use prophetic intervention. This power can only be used under these conditions. Restore the allies' wounds to the amount they had before the attack that triggered the intervention. However, the Sacker's psi rating is reduced by 1 until the end of combat. This power can only be used by Sackers with a psi rating of 3 or higher. Alright, so sacrifice strength in exchange for saving allies. Honestly, this feels like a whole lot of good support abilities. Ignite. That's a whole lot of math. Firestorm. Okay, can only target enemies that are already suffering from effects, so that to be chained with Ignite. If the target is an ally, so second power deals no damage to it. Okay, so enemies only. Everything adjacent to the target, both allied enemies suffer the effects of the Ignite psychic power. Okay, so it's only the targets. But if allies are adjacent, then they won't be affected. Okay. But yeah, if you have like a lot of enemies that are close up together, you can just alternate between these and have that kind of grow. Orchestrate flames. The target does not stop burning and no longer makes tests to stop burning. Alright, perpetual flame. Additionally, if the target is an ally, every melee attack that ally makes inflicts full burning damage on targets of their attack, while they themselves now only suffer half burning damage from now on. Molten beam. Okay, feels like a death laser. In flame. Until the end of combat, all burning effects will deal more damage. Every burning creature in combat immediately suffers damage. Target suffers double damage of the psychic powers and half the fire damage of all burning creatures within line of sight of the target. Yeah, all these so far sounding so good. Ward of the Emperor, all eyes, and a circle of a 5-star radius gain resolve. Yeah, okay, momentum boosting. Purge soul. So can give direct damage with a boost against Xenos and Chaos Worshippers and demons. Does not affect target select souls. Chaos have been being useless against machines. Okay, some healing, but Ward of the Emperor would have to be used. Yeah, since Ward of the Emperor lasts until the end of combat, I could just use this at the start, and then we'd always have Light of the Emperor. More or less, unless that person went unconscious. Okay, temporary bonus damage. Yeah, none of this is gonna have to require Ward of the Emperor to be active. Alright, so defense. One offense, one defense. And then this one uses momentum. Yeah, it's almost a momentum ability with how much it requires stuff. So then the combat, the weapon in the attacker's hand is replaced by a sword made of sheer will. The sword has a single target attack and an area attack. Right, we'd have to go melee for this. And then telepath. Yeah, this would be overlapping with what a deer has. Yeah, dominate, control the enemy to make them move closer. Psychic assault. Psychic shriek. Yeah, within a cone area. and stuns, sensory deprivation, blinded, mind bond. Okay, some more stat options for those particular checks. Mind rupture. Target makes a willpower resistance test. They fail, they suffer psychic shriek damage. And then willpower is reduced to the end of combat. Okay, so it makes them more susceptible to abilities, I guess? Yeah, I'll probably just go with the diviner then, just for the support. Although I wonder if the dodging, if it just lasts only for the first shot of a burst attack, or if it lasts the entire duration of a burst attack. Oh, we can always respec. Let's go with persuasion. Darkest hour. Brand of shame. Your sorcery caused a warp manifestation on board a void ship, claiming thousands of lives in the end. Alright, surprised they didn't just kill you there. Good thing you're becoming a void area rogue trader. Yeah, Blade Dancer, I think. I was gonna say no, that was in your class, but no, it's not. Yeah, that's kind of the alternative to becoming a sniper. Yeah, just go with the officer. Command the troops. Let's see, what does the officer rely on? Fellowship? Yeah, fellowship, finest hour, bunch of ultimate abilities. Psyker, what did you rely on for these ones? Yeah, just saying your such side rating. Oh, okay, perception. Psychic powers are special abilities available to Psychers that allow Psychers to reach the war used in various ways. Just like normal abilities, they are used in combat. can be taken when leveling up instead of archetype. And some of them can be considered attacks. Major difference from normal abilities is that they can only be taken by a psyker. Yeah, it doesn't say specifically what we should be getting with this. I'll go with just perception. Okay, so fellowship, willpower, and then perception. And plus the fellowship. Aren't you marking down willpower? Yes, you were. Yeah, I might just need it anyway just to resist the warp. More damage with non-burst range area attacks. Toughness is more HP though. Oh, but better initiative order. And the name of the ship will be Righteous Absolution. Was that the name when our first playthrough? Feels familiar. Really, after all that, it's still Righteous Absolution. One more time. There you go, Light in the Void. And wasn't that what we just started with? Ethel? Beatrice. Ramona. Zabalia. Zabalia again. Amabel. Gamma. Sure, Gamma. So anyways, we'd be starting off with Forewarning. A Shameful Psyker with Forewarning.
excellent place for contemplation. One has the best view of the cathedral from here. Mesmerizing, wouldn't you say? An impeccable manifestation of the God Emperor's sublimity.
Yes, indeed, for the God Emperor. Choices in dialogue. You are in a dialogue. Here you can learn about current events, influence the character you are speaking to, or even alter the course of the game's narrative. Your character's personal story depends on the dialogue choices you make. Available dialogue options are displayed on the right. Select a reply by clicking the left mouse, or by pressing the corresponding digit on your keyboard. Got it. Kunrad Voidtveter. The man who has approached you is gazing down to the depths of the vast temple in one of the lower decks. Oh yeah, I really like these little pop-ups. Nice way to get information. Let's see, have we met?
Allow me to introduce myself. Conrad Voigtveer, Master of Whispers, in the employ of Her Ladyship Rogue Trader Theodora von Valencias. At your service. I haven't had the pleasure of speaking with you in person before.
No, you have not. You know, I don't know if I knew this from last time, but I just saw that we can actually rotate these. Or like rotate around during the cuts or during the dialogue. Anyways, Void, we're about to sit and focus his attention on you. Can we move around? No, okay, just rotate. No intention of reducing myself. No need to be rude, probably. Name is Gamma, and as to what name is learning, I am a sanctioned psyker.
I am aware of that fact. It would have been unacceptable negligence to have overlooked such a detail when compiling your profile. Fate bestowed upon you powers of witchcraft, and a duty to use them for the good of the Imperium. Yours is truly an unenviable lot. I will be frank with you. You may forget your past titles, no matter who gave them to you, or what their origins are. From the moment you and the other candidate were brought aboard this void ship, your fate changed. You now serve Lord Captain Theodora von Valencias, and carry the burden of an heir of this house. Henceforth, you share your dynastic name with Her Ladyship. Bear it with honor.
All good, all good. Nice title as well. Yeah, about the title. Here's the title, Master Whispers. What are your responsibilities?
To put it plainly, I am the head of the network of spies and informers who serve the interests of House von Valencias. I uncover weak links both among Lady Theodora's retinue and in the ranks of her rivals. I eliminate our vulnerabilities and exploit those of others.
Alright, Mr. Spyman. Alright, so the other candidates.
There is, and you will meet him soon enough.
Alright. So no information early. Okay, so about the captain then.
I would rather not discuss the Lord Captain behind her back, especially not on board her ship. No one knows better than I that whispers are wont to attract particularly close attention. Suffice it to say that Her Ladyship is the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade and a woman of immense power and entitlement. However privileged your position may be, I ask that you do not incur her anger by being disrespectful or obtuse. Lady Theodora despises both qualities.
Alright, good to know. Don't be disrespectful or obtuse. Good to know. Also, it's not like we're asking for gossip. Barbara's vessel, why have you been brought here? So you have some goal in mind when you decide to seek me out, and let's address it. Then Lord Captain, strange title for Lady Theodora. Not really. She is the captain and she is a noble, so Lord Captain is quite fitting. Let's see, why aboard this vessel, why have you been brought here? Assume you had some goal in mind when you decide to seek me out, and let's address it. These two feel like they're just about pretty similar.
But of course, I have come to invite you to a meeting with Lady Theodora. I imagine you have many questions for your patroness, and I'm sure she has just as many questions for you. It is regrettable that you haven't yet had an opportunity to speak. It has been an arduous voyage thus far. The Lord Captain and Master Egelthrad von Valencius are conversing on the observation platform. Let us join them there.
New quest, movement. Yep, standard movement, left mouse button.
There will be no peace in my wake.
Interactable objects. Some objects in the game can be interacted with in special ways. They are marked with specific icons. Some icons allow you to study objects, others will transfer the character to neighboring locations or launch a small event. These icons become invisible when your character is standing close enough to the interactive object. Click the left mouse button on the icon to perform the associated action. Some interactive objects, such as doors or chests, are not always marked with icons, but the cursor changes when you hover over them. Hover your cursor over the object. If the cursor changes, the object is interactable. Hold the tab to highlight objects your characters can interact with. Okay, quite a few things. Very big chairs. Massive conference table, obviously crafted from real wood. Fancy. A resource. A resource of incredible value aboard a void ship, of course. Oh yeah, it seems like... Yeah, I've watched a few streams of other people. Seems like they don't know about this. Yeah, so I don't know how many people actually notice this part. Just click this open dialog box and get all sorts of text. If I see you raise your head again, I'll hand you over to the tech priest for servitorization. Thoughts beget heresy. Heresy begets retribution. The question is to doubt. Ignorance is a virtue. My armor is... My armor is something truth begets hatred. And then more the same. Okay. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of background characters. Not sort of anything too relevant, I think. People interfering in the operation of the secret mechanism disturbs the machine spirits. And then the Omnissiah refrain from any further profane acts. And little does he know that she is the protagonist, and soon, by the powers that be, she shall be the owner, as is always ordained, of the protagonist's powers. Circuit mechanism has been interfered with without due reverence. Duration of the data processing cycle has tripled. Yes, pray to your machine. Incomprehensible information is displayed on a large screen above you. Above the cogitators, you can make out reference to unfamiliar systems and worlds among the numbers and logisticar symbols. Now, where has Kunrad gone off to?
They will see. Oh, yes, they all will see.
Copy of the Lex Imperialis, the Codex of Sacred Laws of the Imperium. And how very faithful of you. Oh yeah, for weapons. We just start off with the pistol. And then get forewarning. Wonder if we should have chosen something else for our start. No actual combat abilities, feels like might be a little on the rougher side.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
One of the Fon Valencia's trophy rooms. Perhaps you would like to take a look around after your audience with the Lord Captain.
What's happening? Run! The servitors have gone berserk!
Oh, come on, don't just cower there, run.
Power before the mind unhinged.
Right, you have been ambushed. To survive in the darkness of the future, you will have to face enemies of all kinds. Okay, so turn order. Only one. Alright. Right, movement. All battles in the game are turn-based, of course. On their turn, a character can move, attack, and use their abilities. Select a cell within the highlighted area and double-click left mouse button on it to move the character there. The points determine how far a character can move on their turn. 1 MP corresponds to 1 cell on the battlefield. Moving diagonally is more costly. Every second diagonal cell uses 2 MP. At the beginning of each turn, movement points are restored to the maximum value. Note that once the character starts moving, their actions can no longer be cancelled. Yeah, so be sure. Though it does have a nice little thing compared to other turn-based games. Yeah, they have a way to plan this out. Yeah, there's really a way to check their movement. And then you only have a melee attack. Let's see, control brings up nothing, never mind. Oh, brings up the cover. Okay, we have the attack radiuses. Radii. Okay, considering we're not exactly too combat focused. Okay, what's command? Can this be used multiple times? Okay, this increases their characteristics for 1 round.
A genius at work.
Alright, try not to die.
A wicked thought.
$45%. That's actually pretty good.
Let's see. What? No.
And you still missed. That is a whole lot of damage.
Schemes within schemes within schemes.
Right, boost you. Hide behind Kunrad.
Step by step, I lead.
Yep, action points. Over the bar on the right. Yeah, it doesn't have there too many changes with this. And then may as well reload.
A genius at work.
What a shame. No survivors. Alright, Conrad, go get him.
Even I won't do that.
Yeah, they can't use what's command on them. Interesting. This is forewarning.
Let's see.
Characters back to now. Characters with melee weapons block adjacent enemies' abilities to perform attacks with ranged weapons. Pistols and shotguns are an exception to the rule. Thus be fired point blank. Right.
Oh, a wicked thought.
From the red, quite good at dodging.
Let's see.
For the glory of the Imperium!
I guess.
What suspiciously poor timing for such an accident. Servitors malfunction on the officer's deck at exactly the same moment when the rogue trader and her heirs are gathered here. I have blocked all passages between the upper and lower sectors of the residential decks. If this is a deliberate attack, it should stop the culprits from advancing their plan.
Without taking his eyes off the bodies on the floor, Whitwer removes the box caster from his belt and speaks a few quick orders into the device.
I'm afraid I must remain here. For Lady Theodora's safety, I have to oversee the execution of these orders personally. I hope you will have no difficulty reaching the observation platform on your own. It is just at the end of this corridor.
The Master Whisperer gives you a curt bow. And now we lost our human shield. Right, got a map.
Patience? My nerves are frayed.
Just a whole lot of information on the items. Horizon Servitor's head are still smoldering. It seemed the cause of this malfunction was a short-circuiting of the motor force. That seems convenient. Wrench of the gun. Leave and rest battle tank. A violet alloy. Probably Xeno origin. Black shard resembling obsidian. Strange glow. Massive golden amalgam. Interspersed with sparkling particles. I need to remember just read this one instead of these. Stone of the pearls is no doubt solid, but its surface shimmers and changes hue. And just strange sea coral that hasn't been underwater. Gradient crystal, white veins. That is humming. And good work, they're getting ready. They are already on the wood cleaning.
In this tapestry
Through the
of a
corpse.
world, I am the rogue thread.
Everyone down there didn't even notice. The Grand Void Ship Temple occupies the entire space below the officer's deck and is lit by countless candles and lumens. Nice view. Jocasta Sarbak. Who are you? Why do you have a name? No initiative, no independent thought, only the ostracized commandments and adherence to protocols. Wow, no independent thoughts. Head empty, only work. Right, they're a bit prepared.
One step at a time.
Oh, okay, that's actually blocked off.
Amidst the madness.
Anyone else named? Technomats. A priest. Officer. Box skull. Mort. Oh, Mort Theodora.
That is simply irrational, Lady Theodora. Assimilation into the trade structure would be political and economic suicide. Practically an admission of heresy.
Says the man dressed in a peculiar garb, his voice tight with tension, his face, half of which is covered by sin skin, is twisted in a grimace of displeasure and disbelief. Can we see that on the...
Then suggest an alternative that will satisfy me. I have described the situation. No worse than my seneschal could have done. Make a decision. What will you do with Ion 6, Edelthrad?
Alright, so test. Survey the room. The first impression of Edelthrad, who appears to be about 30 years old, is of parchment-like skin stretched over a tightly bundled mass of sinew, implants, and bone. Nervous twitching fingers, the face twisted by a slight tic, and the jerky moves are all signs of some illness or defect that has taken over his physical form. In stark contrast to Edelthrad, Theodora von Valance's features appear as if they were carved from marble, eternal and indestructible. Head raised high, proud posture, hands clasped casually behind her back. Everything seems to emphasize the difference in status between her and Edelthrad. Yeah, Edelthrad sounded kinda inferior. Next to the two of them, you see two more men. One is a gray-haired officer of impeccable bearing who is studying the contents of his data slate. The other, a behemoth bristling with holsters and baldricks containing all manners of weapon.
Our second candidate has joined us. Approach and give me your answer.
The dry female voice and the powerful feeling of being watched force you to look at Theodora. The rogue trader is looking straight at you, and her gaze, like herself, is predatory and oppressive.
Consider this hypothetical situation. Ion 6. A new world on the fringes of the Coronis expanse. High seismic activity, regular magma eruptions, metamorphic rock deposits, prospects for large-scale mining. The world is populated by natives who worship some heretical underworld spirits that protect those who offer them sacrifices. Flights of fancy, you might say, but attempts to install ore extractors have failed for the second time. The mining crews sent to the planet's surface simply vanished overnight. My question to you is, what would you do with this poisoned treasure?
Alright, so something's going on. The passive skill test. Your character's skills reflect their knowledge and the capabilities. Some dialogues automatically initiate passive skill tests. If such a test succeeds, new information will be revealed. A hidden dialogue option will unlock. If your character is traveling with allies, the party member with the high score adaptable skill is selected for each given passive skill. Yeah, it's just one of the things I remember being a little bit bugged. There were a few instances where that clearly did not work. As for on this little hypothetical, the ignorance. What was it besides not looking obtuse? Well, we did have the lore check succeed. But I think these are kind of default just to show off that system working. Spirits could well be the natives named for dangerous aliens. I would first verify if that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in a Xeno worship. Yes, it is always the Xenos. Sacrifice psychers. But is the planet that valuable? As for the non-skill checks, I believe I can use my personal abilities to ascertain whether there was a sorcerer in Ion 6, but it would require going down on the surface in person. Yeah, you kind of overestimate yourself. First, spirits certainly sound like they're a bit heresy. However, I would put my interest first, no matter what means I would have to use. The riches of Ion 6 would be mine. Yeah, greed can kill. Ion 6 must be purged. For the good of the Imperium, I shall exterminate the heretical beliefs and otherworldly powers that rule the native apostates. Yeah, but what are you exterminating, though? You are lacking information. So yeah, let's go with this one. Spirits could very well be the natives' name for dangerous aliens. If they are that primitive, certainly it's an option. Verify that if that is indeed the case, and if the population of Ion 6 engages in a Xeno worship. I mean, it's either Xeno worship or heretical worship, considering that they are worshipping those spirits.
Reasonable and prudent. However, chasing after ethereal creatures may prove a rather long and fruitless endeavor.
Apart from Xenos, an untrodden planet might be teeming with myriad horrors that are far more dangerous and difficult to eradicate. I suspect that you are simply unaware of their existence.
Let's see. Find your most disagreeable, Erothrod. You will kindly alter the manner in which you address me, or else you will live to regret the consequences. Shut your mouth before I decide to shut it for you. Straight to the point.
Well, I find your company disagreeable, and yet I'm forced to endure such.
Yes, I'm sure you endure a lot.
Edelthrad, I believe I gave you an assignment on this ship. Explain to me then why my senior congregator is still dawdling about the officer's deck, instead of proceeding to the middle decks to commence the inspection of the compartments in his purview.
I beg your forgiveness, Lady Theodora. Your presence has such a profound effect on me that I well forgot the time.
Right, wrong color robes for that brown Nosa. Erothrod bows ceremoniously and takes his leave without sparing you another look. Ooh. Super turnaround.
So, why are you here?
Theodora's gaze follows him as he leaves. Then she turns. Do not know this yet, but I hope you'll clarify that. There are questions that I wish I've answered. Was it not you who sent for me?
You have ceded the opening that was offered to you in a woeful display of meekness. Admittedly, this tendency is equally strong in all who toil in the Emperor's service. Immutable hierarchy, absolute obedience, lickspittlery, compulsion to please. I value none of these things. From the moment my envoys came for you, the terms of your existence changed.
Wow, harsh.
My name is Theodora von Valancius Massimo of Scaris. I am a rogue trader in the service of the God Emperor of humanity. And my rights and freedoms are vindicated by a most sacred relic. The warrant of trade, kept aboard this very vessel. Mine is the honor to venture into the darkness, beyond the Imperium, and carry humanity's light where powers wicked and heretical reign, and bow death and ruin to us all. It is my decision alone to determine the fate of whatever I find past the bounds of the explored void. Every world I discover, along with all there is to find thereon. Resources, people, riches, and mysteries is mine by right. I command millions of lives, rule over numerous planets, and possess fortunes that no planetary governor or commander could dream of amassing. And you are one of those with Von Valancius blood in their veins and a rightful claim to this inheritance when the hour comes.
Right, so there are others then besides Edelthrad. Yeah, one of does this mean there are others?
Naturally. Some have yet to arrive on board, but you have had the pleasure of meeting one of them. Edelthrad may be somewhat disconcerted by the scale of the responsibilities that may potentially fall upon his shoulders. However, I have a good feeling about him as a candidate.
Really? I feel like you thought otherwise.
Blood right alone is not enough to earn the high honor of becoming the bearer of a warrant of trade. Nonetheless, your abilities and talents may yet prove useful. If not for the role of Lord Captain, then for that of their closest ally. Alas, even those responsibilities can at times be too challenging for those who share your blood. Kunrad Voitvir served me for many years before he made his mistake.
And what mistake would that be? He's a relative. Yeah, what exactly is the relation between all of them? Is she like grandma? Is she auntie? Is she cousin? Doesn't quite clear that up. Oh yeah, and if she is actually satisfied with Edelthrad, why is she wasting her time then?
Impatience. I am rather fond of impatient people. They are not as quick to resign themselves to circumstance and more eager to show initiative. Even if I do choose Edelthrad as my successor, I will still require loyal advisors. The skills and knowledge you acquired in your former life may prove invaluable here, in the Coronis Expanse. It says in your profile that you bear the brand of sorcery, albeit sanctioned sorcery that is permitted in the service of the Imperium. I am accustomed to the presence of psychers at my side. More than that, I value their unique abilities highly. Perhaps that is why I am so intrigued by Edelthrad's candidacy. A rogue trader psyker could achieve great things indeed. However, psychers are fragile creatures, and as such I would rather have a replacement standing ready in the event that something happens to Edelthrad.
Really? So she's just a backup then? Wow. Rude.
Moreover, even changing your family name will not rid you of the fame you previously garnered. I hope it will also help you bring glory to the Von Valancius dynasty, to which you now belong.
Oh, this one's blue? Decision of consequence. Oh, was that from the one where we said that we nearly destroyed that voice ship? Now then, ready for the purpose, don't be too fanatical, too sudden, that's too timid. Now, about the Master of Whispers. That was a misclick.
I have some some time before the navigator gives the signal to initiate the void ship's translation out of the warp, and my presence is required on the bridge.
The box affixed to Theodora's attire suddenly comes to life, but all you can hear is unintelligible noise. Theodora winces, shuts off the transmission, and gives you an imperious nod. Oh yeah, about the incident. You probably know about this, right?
Is that so? Perhaps the technomats were careless during maintenance. Or it could be the warp playing tricks on us in spite of the Gellerfield. Or perhaps there is something to all the stories about the ship being possessed after all.
Right, rather calm considering that people did die. But if they weren't important, I suppose it would not matter.
Lady Theodora, for the God Emperor's sake, surely you do not intend to start repeating idle rumors spread about by uneducated riffraff.
Enough, Abelard. Such hearsay amuses me. Idira eagerly retells me everything she learns from the whispers of her unseen advisors. This ship is ancient. It has enough hidden nooks, malfunctioning cogitators, and unused compartments to make ignorant folks speak of specters dwelling inside the bulkheads and plotting against those who yet live.
Alright, ghost ship it is. So, what's our responsibilities?
Observe, learn, absorb. It will take time for you to find your bearings aboard this vessel and in your new position. Eventually, I will find a post that suits you as I did for Ethelthrad. Until that time comes, consider yourself my aid.
Okay, well then. First off, though, where is the ship headed then?
The Owlcat system, the domain of rogue trader Winterscale, one of my peers, and rivals. Besides me, 2 other rogue traders exist in the Coronis Expanse, and each of them possesses resources comparable to mine. Perhaps you will one day assist House von Valancius in surpassing both of them in affluence and splendor. I set the course for Rykad on the demand for a very specific reason. Perhaps I shall yet apprise you of the purpose for this voyage, but now is not the time.
Right, demand of what?
In that case, I shall head to... Disturbances reported on the adjacent decks. Seneschal, if the need arises, protect the new blood. It is possible that the chance to prove your worth may present itself sooner than you may have anticipated.
Well, she did try to warn you, you just kind of brushed it off. That's what you get. Now we get to fighting. Lots of enemies.
Into the fray we charge.
You'll make a suitable sacrifice.
Yep, initiative. All combats act in turns, and the order is determined by initiative roll. The return is displayed on the left. The screen from the bottom to top. Characters at the very bottom go first, and the ones above them, and so on. And the first time I played, the game crashed during this part. Make sure we save. So, what's it, 10 enemies?
I can handle this.
Okay, so We are quite late in the order.
I've suffered worse.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Alright, about cover. Characters can hide behind, or cover the character can hide behind or mark the shield, or shield with skull. When standing close to them, the characters will automatically take up an advantageous position. In this case, the chance that enemy attacks will hit the cover and not the character behind them increases. The character will not receive a bonus if attacked from a side or not protected by their current cover. Of course not. And Theodore is taking over the cover. Let's see, before we move to cover.
I am powerless to act.
Yeah, it doesn't really set the limits on this. Why can't we cast that now? Anyways, toss this onto Abelard.
Oh, a genius at work.
Give him a bit of extra dodge.
What is...
Chaos guides me! Death to non-believers!
Pain and duty go hand in hand. I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Good shot there.
Target.
Positive effect. Your character has received a temporary positive effect from an ally. Such effects enhance your character's capabilities in combat in some way. To learn more about the effect, you have gained. Hover over your cursor over the effect icons next to the character's portrait. Hobbits? Oh, kill them. Plus 50 ballistics until the end of combat. Let's see, can we cast this on anyone else? Looks like 30. You're out of range. Does this give us just a percentage? No. I think so. Okay, just still 30, okay. Yeah, okay, got some half cover right there. Are you... You know your range. Yeah, it's going far from there. Good shot.
My place is at the fort.
'Cause
Alright, they got this. We can let them deal with this.
Emperor, protect me. Gonna hurt.
They melted that guy. And late as usual.
Mort, take a team with you and clear a path to the transport line. Do not let a single whoreson survive. Didn't bat an eye when that scum burst onto the deck, huh? Not bad. I have seen many an officer who panicked at the sight of combat on the upper decks. The false sense of security offered by their position makes them that much more vulnerable to the harsh realities of warp travel. Mort has gone on ahead to clear a path for us. If you want to make yourself useful, go after him and see if the Arch-Militant requires aid. And be quick about it.
Very well then. Alright, and before we run off and do that, I'll be right back. Alright, anyways. Let's do as we were told. Request from engine series, request for cargo transfer. What was it? There I see an alert about the lost communications with decks 8 and 12. Theodore, I have a tool that will allow me to check the status of the distant compartments that are of Vox contact, but we have to wait for Mort's result first. Abelard, as you wish, Lady Theodora.
What lies beyond?
Right way? Oh, this way. Nope. Laser fire. Oh, hey, Jocasta. The heretic's body is riddled with holes. They provide single shot. Gun lies smoking in his hand. There's a traitor shot him at point blank range. Master at Arms is not looking good. Yep, keep firing. Where did Mort run off to? Oh, it's right there. Run to the shadows.
You are alive and well.
Conrad Voigtveer lets out a sigh of relief upon seeing you. Mr. Voigtveer?
Always on time, eh, Conrad? The moment we finish chasing the riffraff around the deck, you show up. Always just after the fighting's done. You could set your chrono by it.
Well, that's pretty much everyone I've seen.
Mort, pull yourself together.
What, did the Lord Captain send you to chivvy us along? We're all done here. I'll report right away.
The Archmilton looks back at you. Mort pulls his box from his belt and hurriedly reports the situation.
Master of Whispers, what is happening on my ship? The Voxnet is silent. The Vox Master is not responding. Armed assailants have stormed the officer's deck, and my arch-militant just destroyed several more heretics on the way here. Is this a severe case of warped madness? Have some of my crew lost their minds and forgotten who they are and whom they serve? Report!
I have not yet received word from the Engineering regarding any Gellerfield failures, but communications were already unstable half an hour ago, and now they have ceased altogether. Whatever the cause may be, the consequences are spreading fast. I am receiving scattered reports from the middle decks, and the only voxcasts from the lower bays are one-way heretical gibberish. That the madmen have already reached the officer's deck suggests that this outrage was planned in advance. Perhaps this is an organized mutiny.
Isn't this kind of your job to prevent these kind of things? Resistance to those still in the middle decks, perhaps. And then we might stop this wave from spreading. This Emperor is anointed. Execute the traitors, everlasting one. Mutiny, but who would attempt mutiny here in the war?
Lunatics, fools, heretics. This ship houses thousands upon thousands of people. Pernicious thoughts and warp-induced delusions could have tainted any one of them. It is a difficult notion to accept, but such risks are inescapable.
Fantastic.
First, we have to confirm that the bridge and the navigator's sanctum are secure. And I have the means to do both things at once.
Her expression changes as her eyes flash ominously. Very ominous.
Edelthrad, where is he? I must know if he is unharmed.
A psyker aboard a ship that is potentially being assailed by the warp could pose a greater threat to himself and others than a whole army of madmen with improvised weapons.
I tried to locate him, but the last thing known about his movements is that he arrived on Transitional Deck 18.
Blast it! Master of Whispers, find Edelthrad immediately. Seneschal, locate Tlas and the Sister of Battle. Both are to remain at my side. Arch-militant, with me. I must go to my study. And it appears we might encounter heretics along the way.
Alright, so very obvious why Edelthrad is no longer in the running to become the rogue trader.
If I may, Lord Captain, Transitional Deck 18 is at the heart of the disturbance, and if our goal is to bring Edelthrad back, I could use some support. After all, I'm not as adept at directly confronting enemies of the House as the esteemed Arch-militant, and taking into consideration Edelthrad's psyker powers.
Then it's settled. Find Edelthrad and bring him here. In whatever state you find him. This elevator leads to restricted compartments such as my personal chambers and the bridge. Do not let me down. I require you both. Do you understand?
Yes, sure. I'm sure nothing will happen to Edelthrad.
Not everything in your power. You will do as I say. I'll have your heads if you fail. Is that clear? Then move out. Mort, come.
So very touchy. I mean, you can always just send Mort if you trust him so much.
Are you ready to head to 18? It is a long walk, and you do not even have proper gear.
Tried to be all nice, and then she had to be all rude about this. So I have a proposition. Since I'm the more important person here, you can go in front of me.
Certainly. Lady Theodora would be devastated if she were to lose one of her precious heirs. But that is no longer relevant.
He smiles faintly. Something hits you hard with a sharp crackle, and you are consumed by unbearable, gut-wrenching pain. See, that's why you should have gone first. Don't just say go first and then go, or suggest that he goes first and then go first yourself. Anyways, I promise you a special destiny. Let's see what that is. And where are we now?
Careful, careful. Be gentle with our guest. She has an important mission to complete during our visit to the Warren Chamber, and for that, I need her breathing. Oh, you are back with us, I see. Delightful.
Okay, Warren Chamber. What is the meaning of this? Well, clearly he is a traitor.
How perceptive of you. I'll help you with the next insight. I need you here for your blood. You have the option to share it voluntarily, or I will squeeze it out of you myself.
Why didn't you just do it in the first place? But it certainly saved you some time.
We are in the anteroom of the Warren Chamber. This void ship's most hallowed vault. There beyond those gates lies the relic that gives Theodora all of her power. The sacred warrant of trade. Only one obstacle remains on my path to obtaining it. The gates to the chamber are guarded by the Sentinel, an ancient device that will only open the door to a true heir of the dynasty. I expected to do this part myself, but never mind. You will offer your blood to the Sentinel.
Was the inbred yours your blood too thin for the Sentinel?
On the contrary, the Warp's blessing has raised me too much above your kind, Fon Valencius. The Sentinel refused to submit to me. But you can help. After all, isn't that what family is for?
Oh, nice. Coercion succeeded. A sorry pathetic excuse you even have for your apostasy.
Wretched. What do you know about wretchedness? Theodora's cur. Are you hoping to buy a grain of her indulgence with your blind loyalty? Oh, I know this delusion. But thank the gods it no longer has power over me. Humanity can rot. I no longer serve mortal kind.
Something, either your tone or the venomous words, throws Kunrad off for a moment, as hateful fury blazes from beneath the mask of a cold professional. Not that professional.
Once my work is done, I'll make that pompous wench Fon Valencius watch as I sacrifice her entire dynasty and commit their fate to the gods. And you will be the instrument by which I will accomplish this righteous act.
Nice little monologue. Whitefear hesitates for a second and then produces a strange weapon, a blade without a handle, that shimmers blue in the light. It must be difficult to hold. The blade flashes in the dim light and drops of blood appear on your palm. For a brief moment, you feel nauseous. Your head is spinning, and then quiet whispers begin to flood your mind. More and more sources of voices echo each other, drowning out your own thoughts, replacing them with a singular urge. Go to the gate. Yeah, fight the voices. The voices in your head giggle and mock your desperate outcry. You feel this intruding influence force you onto your feet and making you take a step towards the gate, looming in the center of the chamber. Wounded by the corrupted weapon. Alright, we have been invaded. In the gateway arch, you see a cogitator with a human likeness built into the front panel. As you approach, torso twitches slightly. This is a servitor, an obedient automaton created from a lobotomized human being. The sentinel turns his head to you, one of its eye sockets lighting up with two ember-like irises. Must they really include the torso? One available dialogue options requires making a skill test. Unlike with passive tests, which are made automatically, in this case you can decide whether or not to select an option that the consequences of which will depend on the result of the associated test. Gotcha. Examine device. Failed, okay. Look over the gate cogitator. There is a little chance that you'll be able to discern anything about the design. Like any other second machine of the Imperium, this relic is a specialty of the machine cult of the Adeptus Mechanicus. The servitor in the game begins to move with the screeching and groaning metal. It leans forward closer to you Its lower jaw opens with a drawn-out shriek, much wider than the jaw of a living human could. The servitor's mouth is filled with sharp metallic fangs that glint in the dim light. The mid screen to the right of you lights up, showing strings of mysterious symbols on a green background. A whisper runs through your consciousness, insisting, demanding sacrifice. The voices that filled your head after Void Fear wounded you with its blade did not go away. On the contrary, the source coiled itself into a tight knot somewhere in the depths of your mind. You have been invaded and they are taking up residence. Infernal squatters. Alright, so examine the Sentinel. The servitor looks noticeably different from the ones you're used to. Its skin covering is stitched together with copper threads, and it has metal hinges in place of the standard joints. It seems that the creator of the Sentinel did everything to ensure that the service life of this unit would be much longer than that of ordinary automatons. Right then, the back.
Did you forget something? I suggest you hurry.
Yeah, did you let her, I don't know, let them go home, let them go to the bathroom, let them make sure they turned off the oven, let them make sure they lock the door? One of those? Any weapons? Oh, did they take her gun? Look around in the hopes of finding at least something that could work as a weapon. Your search is in vain. The chamber anteroom is completely empty and in perfect working condition. Nary a broken panel or a protruding piece of rebar in sight. You know, we probably should have used our psycho powers during that option. Oh, anyways, nothing left but put our hand in the mouth. The Sentinel's jaws clamp around your hand, puncturing your skin and sinking into your flesh. A few dark drops fall into Zervio's throat. Immediately you hear humming as the servo motors start up and the pumps stir into motion. The vid screen of the cogitator flickers. Several long minutes pass, the Sentinel's jaws remain closed, and you are beginning to feel sick. Perhaps if you were to lean against the gate, you could catch your breath. Maybe even close your eyes and pretend none of this ever happened. Well, luckily it's not chewing.
High levels of caustic humus. The subject is in a state of heightened stress. Do you require assistance?
You do not understand where this quiet voice is coming from. Crackling like static, is it the Sentinel, the cogitator? Is it a figment of your weary mind? Whichever it is, you can clearly hear every word. Let's see, worry about it later. Yeah, I suppose this is the onset of the Warp Madness they're wondering about.
Request accepted. Initiating defense protocol.
Okay, you're easy to work with apparently. Burn them all.
There is still another way.
By the right of blood. Can we just be safe here? No. It'll be known by my will and by the true words of the document I appoint this person to be the bearer of the water trade, to be the paragon of humanity, unbroken by adversity, to walk bravely first into the darkness, to unite and reclaim what was lost, to triumph over nightmares until to hold boldly the reins of fate, to walk steadily the roads of thorns, and through pain to greatness.
Escort the child of the house to safety.
Several skulls creaking gradually turns into comprehensible words. Also, very big parchment. Need to contact somebody, preferably Theodora. I need a weapon. What madness is happening here? Who are you and who entrusted me?
Temporary obnubilation following acute stress. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel standing by. Mobile unit of the Warren Sentinel designed as a personal escort of the child of the house and a means of communicating with the rogue trader's subjects. Mobile unit standing by.
No, it's not that informative. Can you contact Theodora?
Voxcast frequencies disrupted. Initiating setup. Establishing connection.
Faster! Restore communication with the navigator's sanctum. I am trying to contact the bridge. If anyone can hear me on this frequency, regroup all available forces and head to the upper decks at once. I repeat, regroup all available forces and head...
Alright, some different issues with that.
Communication protocols breached. Signal latency assessment unavailable. Unable to establish two-way connection.
Now then, in that case, weapon.
Distance from the current location to the nearest arsenal. Initiating situational calculations.
The surface will go silent. Its relays clicking. Second after second passes and you realize that the service skull will not answer you. So you don't know. Very well then, lead on.
Middle and upper decks. Assuming the probability of safe placement in areas of concentration of armed units. Calculating. To prevent unauthorized units from breaching the warrant chamber, preemptive sealing must be initiated. The mobile unit will start executing the received order immediately after the safety of the warrant is secured.
Alright, access to the journal now.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
Undoubted by enemies of humanity, for not one of them could prevail over the true servants of the Imperium. They're ready to give their lives for his anointed. Can we use this again? Alright, still in the chamber. We still have the little box caster inside. Right.
Run, fools, or fall!
Hey there, Abelard.
Mistress? What? Whatever are you doing in the Warren Chamber? How did you... Throne preserve me! What is the meaning of this?
Seneschal Abelard Wersarian has lost some of his former polish. His forehead is sweating, and one of the sleeves of his coat is torn and soaked through with blood. Nonetheless, Despite his heavy breathing, he stands firm and his gaze is demanding, albeit somewhat surprised. He surveys the carnage around him. Yeah, no need to think that hard. Though do know that we are not the traitor. Right, straight to business. Kunrad bad.
What?
What? Can't believe your ears? Yeah, he is a serving the unholy gods.
Serving the gods of the war? Kunrad is a heretic. Oh, Voidfare, you void rat. Madness. And this mutiny is likewise his doing, no doubt.
Which openly admits that he is the mastermind.
Saint's blood! And it is small wonder that the heretics are so well organized. I thought his order to seal the passages between decks was his attempt to stop the attackers from spreading to other levels. But now I see the real reason. It was to stop the enforcers from intervening. At least you are alive and now safe, mistress. Alas, I doubt we can afford to look for a compartment to sit out this disaster.
That's a bit cowardly of you, Abelard.
You're in a bad way. I can treat your wounds. I have a Medicaid kit with me. And for the love of the throne, now is not a good time to be walking around the decks without means of self-defense. Here.
Okay, so I'll be resupply. Some supplies. Yeah, treating wounds after combat. Check those out first.
We are the spearhead of the Imperium.
Get there treated.
Let's patch you up.
My appreciation.
That is a noticeable improvement. Now you're prepared for the trials ahead.
Are we really? I really not in satisfaction.
The lower decks are teeming with heretics instigating the rabble to revolt. But that is the least of our problems. The ship's enforcers are rounding up the scoundrels and suppressing the resistance. The situation on the middle decks is much worse, although strike teams have already been dispatched there. All communication with the bridge and the engineering bay was lost. So, apart from scattered voxcasts, we have no information to go on. But that is not the worst of it. All these jolts and shaking are most alarming. These are signs that the navigator and the master helmsman are having difficulty translating the ship out of the warp and into real space. I fear that they may have already lost control. We must reach the navigator's sanctum and get a handle on the situation. If we can manage that, some aboard this vessel may yet survive.
Let's see, what can we do now? First, I guess we should inform him about Theodora.
Lady Theodora's. Which one? The last one I received was about the Navigator's Sanctum, and that was a good while ago. In any case, let us hope that the Lord Captain is well, and safely in charge of the ship's defense. In the meantime, we must do all we can to prevent the ship from veering off course.
Yeah, is it really time for this to be picky about titles?
You sent me a Vox message. Specifically, a Vox cast on the officer's frequency, which I had the good fortune to receive. You mean to say you did no such thing? I am no helmsman, or God Emperor preserve me navigator. However, I've spent my entire life aboard void ships equipped with warp drives, and I know that portents such as these do not bode well. It could be that the Gellerfield has faltered. Perhaps the navigator was struck down by warp corruption and is fighting for the last shreds of his humanity as we speak. If we get thrown off course, we will be forever lost in the war. Naturally, we would likely not have long to live in that scenario. But I will not resign myself to such an outcome just yet.
Okay, at least you're not giving up.
Warren Sentinel? The Lord Captain barely ever ventures down to the chamber, and I was at her side only once or twice when she did. And I did not see anything of the sort. The Warren Chamber is an ancient and rather sacred mechanism that the ship's tech priests treat with the utmost reverence. I assume that whatever it is that you did, you must have activated certain processes and caused the Sentinel to awaken. But then, why did none of it happen when Lady Theodora did the same?
Because Lady Theodora is very rude. You probably insulted the door.
During warp transit, the sanctum is closed to all who are not involved in traversing the Empyrean. And for good reason. For the navigator to open their third eye and perceive the way, the sanctum must be bathed in the energies of the immaterium. Only a navigator can withstand such an ordeal. For the rest of us, any contact with the warp is fraught with perils such as loss of sanity, spontaneous mutations, and death.
Alright, sounds dangerous. I don't know if we should take such risks. But considering how everything is, you kinda are if you want to survive. Alright, Navigator's Sanctum.
Absolutely. Let us proceed. Captain is calling her crew to battle, which means the Vox networks are set up for broadcast transmission, not message exchange. Splendid. While the rogue trader inspires proper resolve to fight in her subjects, you and I shall prove that her trust in us is well deserved. Onward. You are my next offering.
Yep. Time to fight.
Watch the spectacle unfold!
So, tactical phase. Come begins with the tactical phase, during which characters cannot attack or take other actions. When we try to take an advantageous positions. Select a character, and click on a cell. Right. No cover. Okay, so who's what? Yeah, all very different weapons. Are you the only one with the gun? You have a last pistol. Okay, looks like the rest of you are melee. Oh, this is gonna be the heretics moving first. Okay, let's go with the heretics move first. Need to be positioned a bit on a safer location. Let's... Let's say let's start on the side so we can maybe use a cleave to get multiple of these guys, but the range guys over there. But yeah, having those things break down early would be helpful. Possible. That's right for Abelard. Yeah, Mel, you go over there. Okay, they were still in range.
A wicked thought.
Oh, we finally have a pistol burst. Yeah, but that's right there.
A genius at work.
That's it. That's the burst. Gotta be bursting a little bit more.
Such is the will of chaos.
Death to the weak! Brace yourself, Abelard!
Abelard, you'll be fine. So which one is the one with the gun? You all the way back there, okay. Okay, that fire wasn't there. Probably could stood there for the cleave. Oh, it's 3 squares. Okay. And then that has to be 2 cells.
Indeed. Reduced to dust.
Characters with weapons, yeah, attack opportunity. Less movement.
Not interested. It will be done.
Yeah, no movement for this. And we forgot to equip the armor. Well, and luckily they do seem to be all going for Abelard.
my way.
Yes, yes, friendly fire. Okay, they're all lined up. Nice.
I will do my duty.
Multiple times. Reload.
Within schemes. I bring rules. Make them bleed.
Follow my lead. It will be done. One fewer target.
Oh, we gotta level up out of this. Okay, some basic skills. Okay, good. Just a persuasion. A blood. Coercion is at 50. Go with athletics then. Got everything? Nope, did not loot. Yeah, collecting loot. Beat enemies have no further need of their from belongings. Yeah, just basics. Do we need? No, we don't need this sword. Keep the last pistol. No, we can't actually set an all to cargo. No, can. Trophies, packed as cargo. And before we move on, make sure you get equipped.
In the shadows of the Imperium's ignorance, my genius blossoms. Oh, how they fear the brilliance that eludes their narrow vision.
Dual wield, dual wield. And use some armor.
Sometimes you consult the appropriate treatise on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
They will see. Oh,
Nice
yes,
map.
They all will see.
Armor not of interest at the moment. Okay then. If you say so.
I hear it. Here, on the threshold of the blinded guide, doom comes from the heavens.
Master, watch your head. be too much to ask that you phrase your soothsayings plainly for once. That was too close.
Alright, belabor on the road maps.
Sorry, old man. Their voices are so loud I can't even hear myself. They shriek, they sing, they... Oh, Abela, how they sing.
This is Idiratlas, personal psyker and diviner of Her Ladyship Theodora von Valancius. Idira?
I'm not drunk, old man. I'm suffering the effects of the warp that is seeping through these walls. I see the ship's fate, to die in the waves of the immaterium, fall under the burning rays of the final dawn, and in the roaring blaze I see a figure standing. Who is it? I have no answer. The whispers called me. The ones I could make out among all the screams and screeches. Those who are rocking this boat hit us where it hurt. They went after the navigator, our guide through the warp. Other whispers called me to the enginarium, but it was too late. I heard the cry of our master Cog, and the silence that followed.
What? You don't mean the engine Seer Prime is...
Said, without a doubt. And the voices wail, heralding countless nightmares, cackling at each soul among the hundreds that are now joining the warp. The shriek from the navigator's sanctum was louder than the rest. And it's better that we saved the navigator than some lever puller from a cooling module or a cook from the middle decks.
Officer's frequency. To all who can hear me, those with a weapon in their hands are to gather on the officer's deck at once. I repeat, gather on the officer's deck at once and prepare to launch a counterattack.
That's Edelthrat! Oh, Emperor's Providence! The other airlifts as well. Quickly, we must head to...
Not so fast, old man. If we drown in the warp, Lady Theodora's heirs won't be any good to us. If Edelthrat's like me and hasn't yet surrendered his mind or body to the mercy of the warp, then he can still hold on a little longer without us.
Blast it! You're right. First, we need to deal with what is happening here.
The voices from beyond the threshold whisper to me. Sometimes their murmurs are clear, they grant insight. Sometimes they drive me mad. But I am patient. I know how to listen and discern. But now, with this clamor around me, too many voices, and you, Fawn Valancius, are a sorcerer too. Just like the other one. Lady Theodora must have grown so fond of psychers she wants one to replace her. What? You think Lady Theodora didn't ask me to peek into the darkness behind the backs of those she sees as her prospective heirs? I have seen you. I have seen the footsteps of your past and the wounds of your heart.
Seer's words bring back a wave of memories of the bitter humiliating moments of your greatest shame. Something sour rushes towards your tongue, and your head is clouded with sickening sense of your own worthlessness.
Oh no. Nothing is well about him. Can't you feel the chill crawling on your skin? The eyes watching you? The warp ice has already encased the bulkheads. What follows is calamity. But we're not just going to stand here and take it, are we? The state of things in here suggests there's a navigator around. Maybe one who's crippled or at death's door, but still kicking. And since our skin hasn't peeled off our faces just yet, his third eye must be closed. At worst, it's a little roughed up. So what are we moping around for? Let's go protect that noble mutant while we're still alive.
Okay, for mutants. Better controls. Okay. Actually select the dark party, that's what we're looking for. Where are we going? Oh, the door. Okay, that's actually all blocked off.
What advice do you seek?
Formation. He's already dead. You can stop. It's one heretic psyker, 2 brawlers, 2 shooters.
Your doom has been foretold. Let the blood flow.
Let's make it quick.
Begin with this one. Didn't you already show up this one?
Let's see.
Okay, can leave that one for Abelard. Alright, okay, so you're going next. There we go. 7-11 versus 6-8.
A genius at work. I serve the ruinous powers.
Good dodge. Oh, you're a sharpshooter.
Just a minor setback.
Oh, you also had forewarning. Alright, exploits. What's this one? To receive more damage? Okay. Yeah, the heretic sucker is a bit more dangerous.
My destiny.
No line of sight.
On it.
Okay, friendly backlash.
But of course.
Victory is imminent.
Alright, tonta idea.
Oh, a wicked thought.
Yeah, that's gonna be an attack of opportunity.
What? Hey, another one. I feel cold.
Can review. We'll be back to cover.
There is movement in the Imperium. I'm not so sure.
Can you reach? No.
Reduced to dust. That's not the Seneschal's job.
Was it you? Or... Will do. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Vespiatus, the creature in the chair, appears as if it has become one with its throne. You see a pink parchment like skin stretched between the seat and the limbs. There are too many joints for a normal human being. The navigator is breathing heavily. They are whistling as it exits through the two dark gill-like slits on its cheeks. The creature's eyes are shut. Two ordinary eyes as well as the third one that sits in the center of its forehead.
I believe Master Vespiatus still lives. Well, the servants are dead, but the chamber, thank the Emperor, is still sealed from the warp. Well, we have a chance of leaving this place alive.
Hooray, alive. Can we just approach? Dear, what is wrong with them?
Wounded. Exhausted. Fighting back the endless horrors of the warp that are forcing their way into his head. Pick one.
Your time is short.
The navigator stirs, barely able to lift his head and half open his normal eyes. A dark drop rolls from under the closed lid of the third eye and down his face, leaving behind a black trail. The voice is coming from the box grill at the base of the bizarre chair. It's unclear how the navigator is able to reduce human speech. Right, weird mutant stuff. Okay, so time is short to do what? Oh, you're possessed. Suddenly the navigator's body starts thrashing in place. It lurches forward and then falls back onto the seat. It thrusts forward again as its bones crack and its skin tears open. However, the fusion between the body and the chair appears to be stronger than these wild impetuses. The mutant remains seated but leans as far forward as he can. His layered raiment slowly turning crimson. The gill slits burst open, forming two hideous screaming mouth-like pits.
It came from beyond! His body is not his!
Alright, good thing we didn't actually approach. Later, a scream is echoed by the silent cries in your head. The unseen creature triumphs at the sight of the navigator succumbing to the paroxysms of corruption. Definitely more polite than other types of spirits. The navigator continues to convulse violently, his seat shrieking and cackling, but then his fit stops abruptly. His face is drenched in black and crimson. The dark ooze from under his third eyelid has turned from a trickle into a stream. mixed with the blood coming out of his nose, and there is a purplish swelling around the eye.
Run. Flee from this place while I still have the strength. I can contain the intrusion, but not for long. We must begin the translation. Leave the warp. But it can't be done without the Master Helmsman's help.
Alright, Abelard. Advice.
The ship can only begin the translation with the assistance of the Master Helmsman, if he is still alive. It is worth a try. We must get to the bridge, but we will need support. Our only option is to fight our way to the officer's deck and join forces with Edelthrad and his people. I believe we will also find Lady Theodora there. She must have heard the call to arms that the servo skull relayed to us earlier.
Vespaidas, good luck. And thank you.
The navigator does not give her a response. Black tears mixed with blood are streaming from under the closed eyelids, and the box at the base of the chair is bellowing out, static interspersed with distant echoes of otherworldly laughter. Oh, and they got fresh injuries. Okay, from a sudden large amount of damage. So we actually have to remove that.
This galaxy is my place.
Your seneschal is always there for you.
Hey, let's deal with that.
Ah, noted.
This wound will make a fine scar.
I owe you one.
Psychic staff. Lightning arc ability. Right, we need that. And then it's an auto gun. Very low damage. Although it does have a better rate of fire. Also better range too. Let's try replacing the last pistol with this. Nope, okay. Oh well. Yeah. Give it a shot. Okay, chainsword is better. Better thing, yeah. Alright, move on. Find Edelthrad. There's nothing else here, right? Okay. No containers to go through. All very bloody. I do like how quickly they run when there's no enemies to deal with. Oh. Doors don't budge. The store? Alright, yeah, back to this.
As good as ours. It's all over for you.
I shall pity not your enemies. I shall heed not their pleas.
Somebody shoot these.
Shall betray not your tenets, nor stray one step from them. Take not your gaze from me. Leave me not without your grace.
I told you he would protect us.
My God, my light, my emperor.
Hey, Argenta. The white-haired warrior turns to face you, her dark eyes blazing. The weapon quivers in her hands, and for a brief moment it seems she is not going to stop and will instead begin eliminating every target she sees, starting with you.
Sister Argenta! Sister Argenta, it is a relief to see you. We require all the forces we can muster.
Your face, it is unfamiliar. Who are you?
The young woman called Argenta lowers her weapon and scans your small party. Intense gaze, and she sets her sights on you. Is it inquiries? Yeah, Gemma von Valancius, the Lord Captain's heir.
The hour is dark and daunting. The ship abounds with corruption. The faces of friends are twisted by sneers of heresy. The eyes of comrades ignite with the archenemy's hunger. I will do what I must to halt the advance of the dark forces. But in these dire moments, little can be trusted. So I must know, why are you here?
Argenta gives you another stern appraisal. Catch something strange in the dark depths of her eyes. Some internal struggle or a wordless question. And then, however, she nods. You are acting like you are also possessed.
Sister, I beg of you. Now is not the time for interrogations. The ship is under attack by heretics. We've been betrayed by our esteemed Master of Whispers. Edelthrad the Heir is waiting for our aid, and Lord Captain Theodora is expecting a report on our success. We are here to deal with the situation, so I suggest we all do just that.
Start a fight with her? No, not the time.
Very well. We may leave it at that, for now.
I cannot wait to rain righteous fire down upon each and every heretic.
Alright, Lord Check. What's a warrior the Adeptus Sororitas doing aboard a rogue trader ship?
Sister Argenta is a guest of the Lord Captain, and that story deserves its own time and conversation, under more appropriate circumstances.
Enough idle chatter. I am where I must be, and that will suffice.
If you say so. What about the people with you?
Overseer of Middle Deck AL-84, my lady. We were rounding up everyone we could find in the attack compartments when we ran into an ambush. Just about every enforcer fell. These are the survivors.
You rather weak of them?
Massacre, my lady. And heretics are not just killing the crew. Some kind of blight is sweeping through the decks, filling the air. I saw people going mad the moment they breathed it in, screaming about seeing their dead comrades, tearing out their eyes. I implore you, my lady, be on your guard.
Alright, that's a very bad combo. Heretics plus a plague.
Through this door. I shall join you, for it is my duty to the God Emperor to destroy this heresy.
Of course it is.
We will follow. For now, we will hold off any heretics who might try to crawl in through the cracks to join the main assault. And we'll take a look at the generators while we're at it. Those villains made a mess of the cables. Oh, I wish we had a tectomat with us. But we'll see what we can do without one.
Good to hear it. Sister?
Ready. May Terra's light illuminate our path through fire and darkness.
Well-maintained revolver. Keep that one for now. Sure, the mess deck is stuck. Must be a way to open it. Fine.
Sins hidden in the heart turn all to decay.
Magenta, what do you have? Unfading Valor, then an auto pistol. Yeah, rate of fire is pretty good.
In this tapestry of a world, I am the rogue thread.
Any more goods? No. Nope, that's stuck. And we get our first shots.
Seize the moment. Oh, a wicked thought.
Here we go again. The masters demand your death!
Chaos guides me.
Pain and duty go hand in hand.
I serve the ruinous powers.
Yeah, we kind of already saw those different types of colors.
Let's see. Oh, a wicked thought. Scheme.
Take this one even further. Expert burst range weapons, good to know. You're always quite strong with those. So you get Freya's recital. Additional momentum for enemies that are in range. And then we can use a running gun. Yeah, no chance of hitting.
That is for the... You, my emperor!
Alright, fire once again.
As the emperor commands.
Nice. Can you fire even more?
This
No.
is unacceptable.
Indeed. It will be done.
Okay, you're right there. You'll be able to deal with that. So then,
On it.
you have your like this one. Okay, can one-shot you. Oh, you might actually hit that one. Hit that other guy. Good. Oh, and reinforcements.
Will do.
Chaos guides me.
I will endure.
Death to non-believers. Death to the weak.
There we go. Almost forgot to switch weapons. That's forward on you. So far the combat setting or the difficulty setting very manageable. Yeah, she's winded right now.
Can escape the Emperor's judgment.
Would have been nice if we hit that one, but we'll take it. Oh, and okay, there's a guy right there.
I will do my duty.
Can you reach with this? No, you cannot. We're gonna do first.
Chaos guides me. My ears are ringing.
Yeah, I can't do too much.
Let's see.
I refuse.
Victory is imminent.
Yeah, they're gonna make this difficult.
Anything else?
So why is the deer much stronger at this?
Was that you? Or schemes? Schemes?
That started worse.
You have been having some very bad luck at Blurb.
Anything else? Be gone.
Alright, let's finally move up.
Shattered foes in my wake. A wicked thought.
I serve the ruinous powers!
Oh, there's two there. I thought there was only one.
Guided by faith. I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
will be done. I took care of this one.
You have a gun? No.
Will do. No can do.
Not the best of ideas.
Chaos guides me.
Oh, you look at that chair was there.
Tried and tested tactics are the best ones. One fewer time.
There you go, Abelard. You actually killed someone.
I woke up with a feeling of wonder, as if a field of flowers was blossoming.
Oh, take my transient gratitude.
Yeah, I don't really need to collect any more of those. Oh, where'd you guys come from? Were you always there? Skill test for the environment. New looting. Wish we had been first.
I'm at your service.
Guess we're actually supposed to go that way. So that's going to be the case. Let's check these out.
Applaud my brilliance.
Been read it, but it's always about the map. What's intriguing? Oh, something hidden. Multi-key machine read set. Okay. Expendable item.
There will be no peace in my wake. I have a different perspective.
Bonus to tech use. Okay, they're all about the same right now. Oh, you open it as well. Or not. Melta charge. Use that.
There. Done.
Restore the power.
Another notch.
Which meant... Oh, okay, this thing. Multiple and multiple layers. Again with this.
There. Done.
Oh, shotgun. And a multi-key. One of those. We'll give that to... Okay, more medical bags. Give that to Abelard. Or again, that can give your Argenta be a good alternative against that auto pistol. Why did no, just give him a shotgun. It's enough range. Just in case he ends up being a little too short on movement. Now then, what do you have to say about yourself about showing up so late? Never saw you just deck in such a state. Yeah, well, you should have shown up when there was actual fighting. You could have prevented this.
The Emperor favors me today.
Nice, level up. These are momentum abilities? Yes, they are. Opportunity grants an ally an extra turn. And then endure. Otherwise, next turn they gain deflection and temporary wounds. For Adira. Use all exploits from the target to increase the target's dodge, parry, and armor until the start of the operator's next turn. (15 plus the exploits removed times 1. Why is it times 1? Okay, so perception bonus divided by 3. So I may as well just be 15. So decreases dodge, parry, and armor. Maybe something until we get improved. It'll be like a boss. Some way to debuff bosses. Revel and slaughter. So there immediately removes the winded effect. Till the end of combat. This soldier gains the following bonuses. And ballistic, certain critical damage, plus 5 critical hit chance. And available after every 3 kills. Oh, now they move. Or like they're running away.
One step at a time. Amidst the madness.
Okay, there it goes. Where do they run off to? The roar of the flames rings your ears as the choking smoke makes you cough and gasp for air. You instinctively recoil from the scorching heat, wiping your face. A moment later, a hazy silhouette forms in the raging wildfire. You are surrounded by ear-splitting noise and screaming. Yet you distinctly hear the sound of footsteps, and then you see the figure walk out the fire towards you. It is Theodora von Valancius. I don't believe she's fireproof.
Are you lost, my heir?
Yeah, not quite her voice.
An apparition. A sorceress. Apparition. Trickery of the warp.
Yeah, should you be opening fire right now?
Sister, you will lower your weapon. Threatening the Lord Captain is outrageous.
Abelard does not sound too confident. He is staring at the rogue trader, and you notice a muscle, his neck twitching. You know that's not the rogue trader. Your mouth begins to salivate. Each word Theodora speaks is like music to your ears. The entity that now dwells in the deepest recesses of your mind is pleading, begging, demanding that you give her the immediate answer. And the answer can be nothing other than acceptance.
Do not listen to this abomination. If there is naught but his light in your heart. If you are resolute in your faith, then step into the flames. The Emperor protects. His faithful will not be deterred by either darkness or deceitful promises. Nor will the fire burn those who carry the torch of faith in their soul.
Does he protect? Not here right now.
To the void with you. We need to follow Lady Theodora before we suffocate in this furnace.
Yeah, that's clearly not Theodora.
The people! The survivors from the middle decks! We must help the crew! Lead them out! Find a way around!
Then we'll miss our chance to meet up with Edel. What are we waiting for?
Wow, such disgust for a person you haven't even met. Can't even say his name. Yeah, no, this is one of the major decisions. Or an important decision, not major. Yeah, the first playthrough we went iconoclast. It could heretical or dogmatic be a bit different this time. But as I was saying at the start, there were plenty of bugs the first time around, which did kind of block off access to some of the results of going iconoclast. Yeah, let's see what has been improved. Look away and the illusion breaks. The unbearable heat instantly makes your skin burn, and the voice of the people beyond the shroud of smoke grows stronger and hopeful. Once you and your companions rush back, barking orders and guiding the survivors in your determination, you completely forget about Theodora. When you turn your head, you see nothing but the bellowing fire. Back and fall back. So, not that way.
Where did it go? The thing that was standing in front of us in the fire? I could have sworn.
To the same place all unholy visions go. Do you want to follow it, witch?
Crash the platform. What's this one?
Duty prevails.
Oh. Improvised bridge. Okay, there are goods here.
What lies beyond?
Let's...
Applaud my brilliance.
Okay, so manage it. Okay, free helmet. And then was this just a skill check? No.
Too late. We are too late. Or perhaps Edelthrad and his escort never made it here. Which would be even worse.
Let your people out the fire trap on the opposite deck. Alright, too late. Decision's consequence.
Or they could be fighting on the bridge as we speak. Without us.
My lady, I beg your pardon for interrupting. The people are asking for orders. You came back to save us. So now we will follow you through thick and thin.
Well, their loyalty is easy.
To the bridge. If Edelthrad is there, then he requires immediate assistance. I say there is one thing that I find most troubling. The Lord Captain's Voxcasts. They are still coming in, even though it would make sense for Lady Theodora to be on the bridge right now, at the head of the counter-assault. I feel uneasy. What if the Lord Captain is besieged in her own chambers? With your permission, I suggest that we confirm for ourselves that she is not. We can use the same elevator that Lady Theodora and Maud headed for earlier.
So warm.
Patience. Oh, my nerves are frayed.
see, was it this way? It's done all the way this way. No, I think Theodora left earlier to this door.
Curiosity sings in my veins.
No, okay, we can't actually go down that way.
Hey, what's that?
What curiosity unveils itself before me?
Things. Many things. Even more things. So what is this? Mechanic goggles. Can't get a good look.
They will see. Oh yes, they all will see.
Big bathtub. Big bed. Nothing to loot. Dead body. Dead Theodora.
One step at a time.
Why are you dead, Theodora?
It's the madness.
Also, helmet. Dogmatic. Who can use this? Abelard can. Sophon Argenta. Only good for their first 3 rounds of combat. And then her rosary. Alright, got a cape. Their main characters, they don't wear helmets. Theodora von Venantius' body is sprawled on the large blood-drenched desk. The arch-militant's corpse, still clutching a weapon, is slumped against one of the bulkheads. The sister of battle surveys the scene, her gaze lingering on the arch-militant's body.
Lord Captain, I didn't hear a thing. Not a whisper, not a breath. It was so loud. Why didn't I foresee this?
That was a very nice scream.
Who would even dare? Unless that rat, Voidsphere.
Yeah, Voidsphere had other plans for Theodora.
It could have happened in the heat of battle. Not to mention that Mort was here, and he would have protected Lady Theodora to the last.
Place is rather clean. No enemy bodies.
How could Mort have failed her so terribly? The Archmilitant was born on a death world. He had lightning-fast reflexes.
Exactly.
I can look at things in my own way. If you find something that might bear the imprint of the killer, just give it to me, and I'll try to see what secrets it holds.
Alright, if you say so. First, the Archmilitants. Powder pistol shot went straight through Mort's forehead, spraying the floor and the furniture around with blood, brain matter, and the shards of his skull. Safety on the Archmilitant's weapon is off. Killer must have been a split second quicker than he. Yeah, is there any reason to note that the safety is off? It'd be considering the situation. Would there even be as any need to have the safety on? Anyways, on for Theodora. Feeling closer to the body, the cause of death is apparent. What ended the rogue's trader's life was an auto pistol shot. Extraordinarily accurate one at that. Theodora's face bears an expression of surprise. The last emotion she experienced in life. Something on the floor catches your eye. A heap of blood-splattered parchments and scrolls that must have fallen off the desk. As you lean down for a closer look, you notice something else. Small shards of glass scattered on the floor. Inspect the shards. It's difficult to say what exactly was broken. The object fell on the floor, and that in as much as you can ascertain on closer examination, the shard appears iridescent rather than completely transparent, as if they had been submerged in promethium. What about the papers? Reports, accounts, dispatches. You go over the scrolls and you stumble upon a document that is starkly different from the rest. It's a handwritten letter signed with the initials X and C, and is sealed with a symbol that is vaguely familiar to you. Oh, and sends a shiver down your spine. The author of this letter, addressed to Theodora von Valencia, signed it with the seal of one of the holy orders of the Emperor's Inquisition, the secret police of the Imperium. Well, not that secret. And relentlessly hunts heretics, Xenos, and other enemies of humanity. Well, Theodora was quite heretical. Anyways, Adira, Shard.
I see streaks of color, luminescence, blue lights, faces drawing closer. Lady Theodora and Conrad, and what is that? Ah! Something dark, enormous. Oh, this glass thing was something foul, that's for sure.
Yeah, but nothing about that happened. Can I tell if our gentle remark is directed at the glass shards or Adira herself? Maybe both. Maybe she'd love to set everything on fire.
It doesn't doesn't work like that. I can try to read the memories of objects, but dead bodies are a different story. Something like that would require her soul. And after what we saw on the officer's deck, I won't risk searching for it in a warp.
Yes, the crucible of battle calls to me once more.
No, wait! We must see if we can find anything.
Idira, you can't bring her back. Let her go.
You'd give up so easily, old man? I expected as much from the sister. It's not like she has a heart. But you? Oh no. I'll get to the bottom of this. I'll find the one responsible for murdering the Lord Captain. And when I do, that scum will regret the day they were born.
There will be no peace.
Right, so end up with the dead Theodora. And there she is again. Oh, another fight.
Surrender to the dark powers!
Okay, looks like we're all going first. And the combat servitor is injured. That'll probably work. Yep, light and medium armor. No particularly good organization on this.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time. Reduced to dust!
Did not want that one. Want to charge into that guy.
A genius at work. Oh, a wicked thought. What if?
Try that again.
Someone else can do this.
Oh, too close. Oh, should have used a shotgun.
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. I'll do it. Faith without deeds is worthless. Emperor!
Oh, I thought you were going to get hit. No, Abelard gets it with that one. Did you get a full warning? No.
Will do. On it. What an unfortunate turn of fate.
Target well struck.
Nice friendly fire there.
Indeed. I took care of this one. It will be done. Victory is imminent.
Abelard, do you need extra turn?
I won't sully myself with that. Even I won't do that.
It's not in range.
War is my muse.
Yeah, not particularly effective.
I will do my duty.
Oh. Okay, apparently he had knockdown. And that looks like it does no damage.
I will bathe this battlefield in right.
Will do.
Four. Their armor just kind of tough, right? Yeah, 80%.
Anything else?
Yeah,
Was that you?
not too much. Can we shoot you again? get knocked down that time. Yeah, definitely getting more damage.
At your beck and call.
Schemes within schemes.
Doubt is for the weak. I'll do it. As the Emperor, I act. That is not the Emperor's will.
Anything else?
What?
Of course. Farewell.
And another level up. Alright, nice fight. Okay, now this is the momentum ability, the heroic ability. Now then, talent. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, they gain temporary wounds. Commanding voice. The officer's ability is increased by +3. Range and voice command is by +6. Focus whenever the officer uses an ability on an ally, the ally gains bonus to the perception and ballistics of 4. These bonuses stack, but half of the stacks are lost at the end of the target's turn. Inspire courage whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, the ally gains +3 temporary wounds. Okay, temporary health. Talents, common talents. When the opportunity uses voice of command, I will bring it down. For the first time in combat, this ability costs 1 AP less. Vigilant. Is under the effect of those skills, gain a bonus to the weapon skill. Armor of Contempt. %, armor for 1 round. Whenever they get temporary wounds. Does not stack, however. Iron Discipline. As affected by the officer's abilities, gain bonus to all resistances equal to 6. For example, what options? Can we get psychic abilities? Yeah, could get this, increase her abilities. Focus her on the side stuff, on the psychic abilities. Yeah, the war's resistances. Additional 3 damage. Unnatural luck. Yeah, prevents criticals for once. First dodge attempt of every enemy in combat suffers a -7%. As planned, every 9 successful dodge. Fatebringer allies under the effect of at least 1 second power gain an additional 5% armor penetration. Edge of Fate at the beginning of every combat, the sucker's allies gain a critical hit chance. Removed on the moment it's actually used. Yeah, subtle manipulation. We don't have a damaging ability. Let's get this one. Abelard, what about you? Contempt. Bonus damage when an enemy attacks you. Desolation. Bonus damage when they're alone. Increased critical damage against enemies if they have a ranged weapon equipped. Lower health, more critical chance. Whenever the warriors attack, they gain +1 stack of epicenter of slaughter until the end of combat. At the start of the turn, the warrior gains +1 to rules for each stack. Cannot exceed 5. Or thick skin. Just some deflection. Let's start off with a thick skin, and then we can get some of these ones that require him to be attacked. See what can you get? You have a lot more options. Can't get Sacra Minoris. First off, what for your actual class? Exposed weakness, 0 AP. Maybe that one. Yeah, this seems like it'd be good to specialize you to sniper. Okay, and then this one doesn't line of sight. The enemy affected by an exploit within 5 cells from the operative attacks the operative or their ally. They suffer +1 additional exploit. Maybe that one. Yeah, this one's just going to be adding exploits. So maybe this one. Yeah, let's get the continuous analysis. as for you, for each adjacent ally, the soldier deals 9% more damage to enemies. Cover efficiency, increase by 2% for full cover and 20% half cover. Yeah, you don't really have UN cover, do we? And the soldier deals damage. The critical damage is increased by 1% until the end of combat. Yeah, if you could work on your critical chance, that would be more ideal. After the soldier deals damage to 3 different enemies, the soldier gains 18% more damage for the next attack in the current combat. Yeah, it's on the next attack. Reloading costs less AP. Okay, we need that one. Lots of velocity would also be good. But yeah, get the rapid reload. So we just keep on using the burst fire. Having our main weapon cost 3 does prevent us doing some additional attacks. As for loot, few of the different things. Don't think we need these anymore. Anything else? Alright, let's go ahead and end it there. This has been a rather long tutorial. So yeah, end it here, and we'll be continuing this tomorrow. Yeah, it's so far been a nice experience, even though I've been a bit tired on this. Hopefully I'll be less tired for tomorrow. Anyways, continue this and see more of what has changed. Although we really haven't gotten to that point, have we? Anyways, keep doing this tomorrow, as I said, as well the day after. Wednesday will be a continuation of Surviving Mars until Friday, at which point then the new DLC on World should be out. And as long as it works properly, then we can be starting that on Friday. And then Saturday will be the continuation of the Total War Warhammer 3 Gorbat playthrough. So, with that, thank you all for watching. Be sure to follow or subscribe to the channel depending on where you prefer watching, whether it be on Twitch or on YouTube, for notifications when we're online. Otherwise, this was my social media for updates and notifications. Twitter is at Emery_EE, IMRE_EE, and Blue Sky at Emery-EE. More or less the same thing, just a difference between dash or underscore depending on where you prefer to go. But if you do not use social media, I do try to stream every day about the same time, between 12:30 a.m. to 5 a.m. US Central. Usually give or take 30 minutes. And regardless of those odd start and end times, towards the middle is the more reliable one here. And as I said, I do try to stream every day. So, anyways, with that, thank you once again for watching. Thank you all to those who happen to stop by the stream live, as well as a thank you to those who may end up watching the VOD. Hope you are all pleased, entertained, and they have a good day or night, whichever may happen to be, and that you stop by again next time. With that, thank you and goodbye.